All right, please be seated. Good morning, members of the jury. I know everybody's thinking about the snowstorm that is supposed to be starting shortly and going into this afternoon. I don't think it has started yet. I want you to know I'm going to continue to assess the situation, and at noon we should have a better idea of how bad it's going to be. So I will continue to monitor that, and if it looks like it'll be a driving issue, we may terminate today early, okay? Just to let you know I'm thinking about it. All right, is the state ready to call its next witness?
We are, Your Honor. The state would call Michael Johnson to the stand.
Okay, please come forward and stand behind the witness chair. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this cause?
Yes, I do.
Please have a seat. You may remove your mask and state your full name and spell it.
Michael Johnson, MyChalJohnson.
All right, officer, a couple things to keep in mind when you're testifying. Yes or no answers, please. Don't shake your head. Don't say uh-huh or uh-uh. If you don't understand a question, ask for clarification. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately. Do not answer unless I tell you to. And remember to wait until the question is finished before you answer.
Asked when you started, you said May 31st. You remember the date pretty specifically?
Yes.
Why do you remember it so well?
It's everything in the department goes back to that one single date as a start date.
And when you started that date, did you get sworn in
Yes.
and take an oath, that kind of thing?
Yes.
And it's a pretty important day in your career?
Yes, it was.
And so when you started working for Brooklyn Center, what were your job duties?
I was assigned as a patrol officer working an overnight shift.
And so what kind of things did you do as a patrol officer?
Do a little bit of everything for the city of Brooklyn Center, everything from medicals to traffic stops to major type of incidents.
And at some point, did that change from being a patrol officer?
Yes.
And how did that change?
I was assigned to a few other positions along the way, an auto theft investigator and a detective.
And did you eventually become a sergeant?
Yes.
When did you become a sergeant?
In October of 2015.
And when you're talking about these other things that you did, were they after you became a sergeant or some before?
Those were all before.
So that helped you get promoted to sergeant.
Correct.
What implicit in my question is, that is a promotion to sergeant, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And when you became a sergeant, how did your duties change? What did they become then?
It then went from being as a call taker specifically to a person who supervised a group of patrol officers as well as still taking some calls.
So were you a patrol sergeant? Would that be the right term?
That would be correct.
And so as a patrol sergeant, are you still out on the streets most of the time?
I would be about 50-50.
And when you're out on the streets, you're, well, I guess all the time you're supervising the patrol officers, right?
Yes.
And so when you have been working or in your work as a Brooklyn Center police officer, did you get to know Officer Kim Potter?
It's a fairly small department, so I had known of her since basically the time I had started, but really didn't get to know her until I had been assigned to the shift she worked on in 2019.
Okay. And in 2019, what do you mean by assigned to a shift?
I had the chance we bid by seniority. I had enough seniority to bid to a day shift, which she was on that day shift.
Okay. So prior to that, had you worked shifts with her? I'm not quite sure how that works.
No, I hadn't. I was actually assigned to a night shift where she was assigned still to a day shift. So we never even really saw each other at that point.
So for that 14 years from 2005 to 2014, you were on, or 15, you were on different shifts.
Correct.
Okay. But then in 2019, did you become her supervisor?
Yes.
And so then how often would you supervise Kim Potter?
That would be every working day, which worked out to about 7 days every 2 weeks.
And as you're supervising her, well, strike that. Let me ask you this. Throughout your career at Brooklyn Center, were there times when you socialized with Ms. Potter outside of the workplace?
Not before 2019.
But after that, you had those occasions?
Yes.
And do you also know Officer Anthony Lucky?
Yes.
And when did you get to know him?
I don't know the exact year, but he was one of the explorers for the Brooklyn Center Police Department when he was still in high school.
So still a teenager.
Yes.
And then obviously he became employed at Brooklyn Center as well, correct?
Yes.
And so did you know him then? Well, obviously you knew him. Did you supervise him then?
He was in the field training program. I wasn't the field training supervisor, but for the time that he was assigned to Officer Potter for field training, I was his duty sergeant.
So just so we can understand how that works, the trainees, the probationers, have a separate supervisor for that program.
Yeah, when they're involved in the field training program, there is a supervisor who is in charge of the program, assigns them where they need to be, and track how they're doing.
When they're out on the street, then it's the patrol sergeant who's supervising them technically out on the street. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's also a field training officer with them.
Correct.
Now, I mentioned earlier, kind of why you're not in uniform? Are you still with the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
I am not.
And when did you switch jobs?
In October of 2021.
And where are you working now?
I work for the Goodhue County Sheriff's Office.
And so that is the reason, we kind of teased on later, you're not in a uniform. That's a non-uniform position.
Correct.
Okay. During your career, have you received training in how to use a taser?
Yes.
And have you been certified to use a taser?
Yes.
Do you recall when you first became certified to use a taser?
The first time was in my initial training of the skills program back in 2002.
So even before you became a police officer?
Yes.
And when you started at Brooklyn Center, did you get authorized to carry a taser for Brooklyn Center?
Yes.
And before you could carry there, did policy require that you receive some training or certification?
Yes, initial training.
And did you do that when you first started in 2005?
Yes.
And since 2005, then, when you were certified, have you been certified every year since then?
Yes.
And when you were a patrol and a sergeant, did you carry a taser when you were out on the street?
Yes.
As part of your training, have you been put through what we'll call voluntary, how shall I say this, voluntarily being stunned by a taser?
Yes.
Explain what that means for the jury, please.
As a part of the training, they use the two probes of a taser, and when they pull the trigger of the taser, it then has the incapacitating power over you, and you kind of lose function of your body.
So the voluntary part of this is that you agreed to do it,
Yes.
and that's as part of the training?
Yes.
So they actually shoot you with a taser.
Yes.
And how many times did you volunteer to do that?
Once.
Why not twice?
Because it's not a great feeling.
Okay. And when that's done, are there others around you to help you?
Yes.
And explain that, what that means.
They're there because your muscles will lock up, and if your legs lock up, you lose your balance and can fall over. So they're there to catch you if you fall.
And have you also been involuntarily exposed to the effects of a taser?
Yes.
Can you explain that for the jurors, please?
There have been times that my partners have used a taser on suspects where if your hands get in between the taser probes, you then will receive that current through you.
And that has happened to you?
Several times.
And how does that feel?
It does not feel very good.
So, based on those experiences and your training as a certified taser user, if somebody is going to get tased, what do you need to do if you're holding the person?
You try not to have your hands in between the taser probes.
Okay. I'm going to turn your attention to April 11 of 2021. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And just tell us what your shift was on that day.
I start my shift at 5:30 in the morning, and it goes until 5:30 in the evening.
And you were a patrol sergeant that day?
Yes.
Do you recall how many officers were out on the streets during that shift?
I don't remember exactly.
How would it typically be? How many would it typically be?
We would typically have 3 to 5 starting at 6 a.m. We would then have one more possibly starting at 2 and one more possibly starting at 4. And
did you hear a call for backup from Officer Lucky?
Yes.
And at the time, did you know he was in a trainee capacity?
Yes.
And he was with an FTO?
Correct.
And did you know who the FTO was?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Officer Kim Potter.
And so the call was about what do you recall the call for backup being about?
I heard that he was on a traffic stop and was asking for a second officer to his location.
Would that be customary to call a backup on a traffic stop?
Yes.
So nothing unusual? Correct. Get it in.
Hennepin County.
And as you arrived there, where did you park in relation to Officer Lucky?
I parked directly behind him.
And were you working alone or with another officer?
I was alone.
And so as you got there, did you approach their vehicle then?
Yes.
And what did you see kind of generally when you approached the other squad car?
As I approached, both doors were open of the squad car, with Officer Lucky sitting on the driver's side and Officer Potter sitting on the passenger side. In front of them was a four-door white sedan.
Okay. And did you have a conversation then with either Officer Potter or Officer Lucky?
I talked with Officer Potter.
Okay. And what did you learn?
I learned that the driver of the vehicle had a warrant and was also a party to a order for protection.
And did you learn more information about the warrant as you were there?
Yes.
What did you learn about the warrant?
I learned that it was a gross misdemeanor warrant for a weapons possession.
And based on your years of work as a police officer, what did that gross misdemeanor weapons warrant mean to you? What did that indicate?
It means that a person had been arrested for carrying a firearm without a permit.
So it's a permit violation.
Yes.
And so as you're conversing with them, was a decision made about what to do?
Yes.
And what was that decision?
That Officer Lucky was going to place the driver under arrest and then look more into the order for protection.
And so was that what was done?
Yes.
And how many of you then reapproached the white car?
3 of us.
And how did the three of you divide it up?
Yep. So Officer Lucky went to the driver's side with Officer Potter following a little ways behind him as the training officer, and I approached on the passenger side.
And so why did you go to the passenger side?
Yeah, you usually put one person on each side so that you get a good view inside the vehicle to see what's happening.
So that's sort of standard operating procedure, shall we say, when you approach a vehicle with backup?
It's one way of doing it.
Okay. And Ms. Potter stayed towards the back of the vehicle at the time?
I believe so.
Was that customary for an FTO?
Yes.
On the day of April 11th, were you wearing a body camera?
Yes.
And were you also, operating a squad car that had a dash camera?
Yes.
And, excuse me a second. And the dash camera, was it activated as you came up and stopped at this stop?
It was activated when I activated my body camera.
Okay. So did you activate your body camera before arriving at the stop?
I activated it just as I pulled up.
Okay. And why did you do that?
That's policy. Any traffic stop, we turn on our body camera.
Okay. And so when you do that, your dash camera automatically comes on.
Yes.
And Before today, have you had a chance to review your body camera from this incident?
Yes, I have.
And have you also reviewed the dash camera?
Yes, I have.
And before today, we were able to show you some of those that would be exhibits today, correct?
Yes.
And so you recognize those as accurate recordings of what happened?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 61.
Is there any objection to 61?
No.
There be no objection. 61 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before we do that, there's a couple of questions I want to ask so that the jurors can understand some of the things going on in the video, all right? Do you recall at one point learning the name of the driver?
Yes.
And what was the name of the driver?
Daunte Wright.
Do you remember Ms. Potter asking you or making some comment about the Wright brothers?
Yes.
And did you understand what she was talking about? Well, what did that mean to you when she raised that?
It meant she knew something about them that should have kind of sparked my interest.
But your response was what?
I didn't know who they were.
Okay. And the Wright brothers that she was referring to, do you know who she was referring to?
No.
Okay. And had there been a Wright family that had been sort of known to officers?
There was another one that I was aware of.
And they did not have a Daunte Wright?
No.
All right, so what I'm going to do then is start Exhibit 61, please. Now, let's pause here just for a moment, please. So as you can see, there is 2 videos present on the screen, correct?
Yes.
And the video in the lower right, do you recognize what that is?
Yep, that would be the dash cam video for my squad.
And the video in the upper left?
That would be my body cam video.
Right. And just as the video started, we did not hear any audio.
Correct.
Eventually there will be audio, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain why that happens?
Both of the cameras are constantly recording and will save the first 30 seconds before the video is actually started.
And that 30 seconds is the part without audio?
Yes.
Okay. And then as we're looking at this, just for the record, its timestamp is 13:59:16. Where are you driving here in this video?
This would be 63rd Avenue.
And which direction are you heading here?
I believe this would be headed eastbound.
Yeah, I tested you a little too much, didn't I? Is this, you're about to make a U-turn, correct?
Okay, if this is before I'm about to make the U-turn, I'd be going westbound.
Yeah, and so you had to make a U-turn to get back to the stop.
Yes.
And then the 13:59 military time, correct?
Yes.
And so that would be 1:59 p.m.?
Yes.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and play the video then, please.
No, female doesn't know who he is. Said he's a 14-year-old black male with dreads. When he walked in the house, said he was running from the police and he needed her to be quiet until they left.
Even when I find out who the female is, because there's no appeal.
He's She's got a gross misdemeanor warrant, and there's an OFP for a female, so I need to ID her. There's also residue, like weed on the middle console, so probably search the car. Apparently the car is his brother's.
You want to tell them what the warrant's for?
Warrant is for the weapons violation.
Oh, gross, yeah.
So,
Daunte Wright.
Daunte
Wright?
Daunte Wright.
Aren't those the Wright brothers? Not the ones that fly, but the other ones?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I'm just going to get him out and cuff him up. I mean, he's at work, so I'm just
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, we will be here in a second.
All right, man, here, do me a favor.
And by the way, if I didn't ask you, what is your current rank at Goodhue County?
Major.
Okay, so Major Johnson, we heard in that video a voice saying, "I don't think so." Did you recognize that voice?
Yes,
Whose voice was that?
that was mine.
And that was in response to Ms. Potter's question about the Wright family.
Yes.
So then we saw just at the tail end of that, the three of you start to approach the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And when you approached the vehicle on the passenger side, what did you observe?
I observed that there was a female sitting in the passenger seat in the front.
Did she have anything in her hands at the time?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Do you remember indicating that she had some paperwork in her hands as you approached?
That's possible.
And because you've told them that, right?
Yes.
So then, as you saw that going on, did you hear Officer Lucky saying anything?
Yes.
After what did you hear him say after that?
I heard him say something about don't pull away.
What did you notice anything about Mr. Wright at the time?
I saw part of his body start moving away.
And so what did you observe then after that?
That's when I actually opened the passenger side door.
And why did you open the passenger door?
I was going to make sure the car was in park and the vehicle was shut off so that he couldn't leave.
And so when you opened the passenger door, what did you do next?
I leaned in across the passenger and put my right hand on the shift lever and my left hand on the ignition key.
All right. What about the passenger? Did you take any steps to deal with the passenger at that point?
There wasn't much I was able to do. I was kind of in a compromised position, so I just leaned against her with my body weight.
Okay. And did she put up any resistance to you when you did that?
No.
And at that point, where were you standing?
I was leaning into the vehicle.
Okay. Where were your feet?
Feet were either on the curb or on the street.
And did you you said something about grabbing the shift knob, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do with that?
I pushed it forward, which would be towards the park position.
So had it been out of park?
I don't believe so.
Okay. But you said you pushed it forward. I'm just trying to...
I was pushing it as far as it would go forward. That way I knew that it was in the park position.
And did you know whether the engine was on at the time?
I don't.
You indicated you reached toward the keys, right?
Yes.
What were you trying to reach for the keys for?
I was taking the key and I was turning it forward, which would be towards the off position.
So you were attempting to turn the vehicle off?
Yes.
Did you know, but you didn't know whether it was on or off?
I don't know if it was.
And at that point, what was Mr. Wright doing?
He was struggling with Officer Lucky.
Okay. Was he able to get back into the vehicle at that point?
Yes.
And what did you think he was going to try and do at that point?
Drive away.
And so at some point, did you remove your hand from the shift knob?
Yes.
And what did you do then?
I took both my hands and held on to Mr. Wright's right arm.
And were you able to grab his right arm?
Yes.
And why did you grab his right arm?
Two things. One, to prevent him from shifting the vehicle, and one, to put him into a handcuffing position.
At that time, did you know what Officer Lucky was doing?
I couldn't see Officer Lucky at that time.
Did you know what Officer Potter was doing?
I don't.
And you grabbed him to put him in a handcuffing position. I'm not sure how to ask this, but who else did you think was going to help you handcuff him? Does that make sense?
Yes. I believed it would either be Officer Lucky or Officer Potter that would be controlling his left arm to put him in a handcuffing position.
And when you did that, when you grabbed Mr. Wright's right arm, were your feet still on the street or the curb?
Yes.
And did you then hear Officer Potter's voice?
Yes.
What did you hear Officer Potter say?
I heard something to the effect of, "I'll tase you."
And what happened after that?
I heard the verbal command of, "Taser, taser, taser."
And then what happened?
And then I heard a loud pop.
And did you know what the loud pop meant?
I thought at the time that it was a taser.
When you heard taser, 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 what did you do with Mr. Wright?
I let go of his right arm.
And why did you do that?
I didn't know where those taser probes were going to be going, and I didn't want my hand in between them.
And when you let go of him, you had hold of his right arm. Was that the only way you were holding him?
Yes.
And did you see his position at the time that you let go of him?
All I could tell was that he was sitting in the driver's seat.
And where were you looking at that moment in time, do you recall?
Kind of down towards the center console.
Okay. So after you let go of Mr. Wright, what happened next?
I saw him going for the shift knob, and I started backing out of the vehicle.
And were you able to do that?
Yes.
And before testifying today, have you had a chance to watch your body camera from this time period of the exchange?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, that is Exhibit 63, and we would offer that at this time.
Any objection to 63?
Okay, 63 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
All right. Major Johnson, when we play the video, I'm going to freeze it just a few moments to help explain so you don't have to be talking at the same time the video is running, all right?
Yes.
All right, then, Your Honor, we would publish Exhibit 63.
We will
will be here in a second. You're under arrest, Daunte.
Now, I have frozen the video here, and for the record should reflect that the timestamp indicates 2:01:52. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And so we watched the video to that point, and can you describe for the jurors, obviously this is the blue jeans are the passenger, correct?
Yes.
And this is the point where you're sort of leaning against her?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors, the arm we see here across really the top of the screen?
Looks like my right arm there is going for the shift knob.
All right. And this is the moment when you were able to, were you at this moment able to grab a hold of the shift knob?
Yes.
And can you tell what your left arm is doing?
I can't see on the screen with the shadow, but that would be the time that my left arm would be going for the key.
And by shadow, what is it?
On the monitor here.
Yeah, you probably can tilt the monitor if that gets rid of some of the glare, maybe? Maybe you can.
Yes.
Okay. And, all right, so this is all right, so what I'm going to do is let this run to 2:02:54. Now, at 2:02:54, do you still see your right hand?
Yes.
And that's still on the shift knob, correct?
Yes.
Can you see the other hands that appear to be by your hand?
Yeah, there looks to be one other hand next to it.
Do you know whose hands those are?
I can't say for sure.
Okay. Who else was in the vehicle at the time?
Mr. Wright.
And, okay, let's run it to 2:01:56, please. So, those hands that we had seen by your hand, now are you able to sort of tell whose hands they were?
Yes.
Okay. Whose were they?
Mr. Wright.
And so he appears to have been trying to move the shift knob,
Yes.
but you prevented him from doing that.
Yes.
And then he pulled away from that, correct?
Yes.
Now, in this moment, we can see your right hand still on shift knob, is that right?
Yes.
And what is your left hand doing?
That would be reaching for him.
And we'll hear a voice say, "Just stay back." Do you recall who said that?
I didn't hear that part.
Okay. All right, let's play to 58, please.
Just say that.
Did you hear the voice there?
Yes.
Whose voice is that?
That was me.
And who are you saying that to?
That would be to the female passenger.
And did she stay there?
Yes.
And then we also just heard another female voice in the background. Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
That was Officer Potter.
So then let's run this to 59, please. Now, at this point in time, can you describe for the jurors what you've done with your right arm?
That's gone to reach for his arm.
And in the background, did you hear a female voice again?
Yes.
And who is that?
Officer Potter.
And then let's go to 2:02:0. Now, at this point in time, did you hear that female voice in the background?
Yes.
Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
And who is that?
Officer Potter.
And can you describe for the jurors what you're doing here in this still moment at 2:02:00?
I'm holding on to his right hand and arm.
And is your left arm holding on to him as well?
Both are, yes.
And your right hand appears to have a grip on Mr. Wright's hand in a certain way.
Yes.
Can you describe for the jurors what you're doing there?
I'm holding on to it so that he both can't grab onto something, and also it's a position to hold, place him back into a handcuffing position.
Is there a term for that particular way of holding them?
I don't have one.
Okay, like a wrist lock or something?
That's not specifically a wrist lock.
Okay, but this is a way of getting him ready to handcuff or not?
Yes.
All right. And at this point in time, you have his arm, Mr. Wright's right arm, over the passenger?
Yes.
Okay, we'll let this run to the end now, please.
Please stop! Please stop!
You did?
Yes!
Okay.
I grabbed the wrong fucking guy! I shot him! Oh my god!
Okay. Kim, sit down.
And Major Johnson, in meeting with you, we showed you a composite video of Officer Lucky's dash camera and your body camera during this time period, correct?
Yes.
And that is done to help the jurors understand the overall scene.
Yes.
And does that composite video fairly capture what happened in this time period?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 62, which is that video.
Any objection to 62? 62 will be admitted and you may play it.
We will be here in a second.
You're under arrest, Daunte. Just stay back.
I'll tease you! Hey, I'll tease you! Please stop! Please stop!
You did?
Yes!
Okay.
I grabbed the wrong fucking guy! I shot him! Oh my god!
Okay. Kim, sit down.
PI access 63rd and Captain Drive, flight from 38 stop, start north on the red.
Starting north on the red, then can you repeat your first part you said?
Before Ms. Potter said, I shot him, did you know that sound had been a gunshot?
No.
And after that, did you observe what happened to the white car?
Yeah, I observed it continue eastbound down 63rd and drive into oncoming traffic.
And did you, obviously you heard that there was a crash down that direction.
Yes.
So sometimes it's maybe easier for us to refer to the stop scene and the crash scene. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because there were essentially two scenes that day.
Yes.
Did you go down to the crash scene?
No.
And why not?
Because Officer Salvosa was already there.
Okay, and how did you know that?
I could see his squad pulling up right as Mr. Wright's vehicle had gone into incoming traffic.
Okay. And at that point, did you know that Mr. Wright had been shot by Ms. Potter.
I knew that a shot had been fired, but I didn't know if he was hit.
So when you're saying he drove into incoming traffic, you didn't know his physical condition at the time of the crash.
Correct.
Now, we heard some radio traffic calling for north on the Reds. Did you recognize that voice?
Yes.
Whose voice was that?
Officer Silvosa.
And did you do anything with your radio at that point in time?
I was trying to transmit, but I wasn't able to
Why not?
because there was other people on the radio.
Okay. So only one radio can run at a time.
Yes.
All right. And so were you eventually able to get on, well, was it Officer Salvosa's radio traffic that was interfering with yours?
I think so.
Could be, I guess is one way to say it.
Yes.
Yeah, right. And then, so were you able to eventually get on the radio?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I called out that we had had shots fired and asked for additional resources to 63rd and Noble.
When you said shots fired, plural, do you know why you said shots if there was only one?
It's just always the way that it's been said. I don't know where it came from, so it's just been shots.
Yeah, just sort of typical language, right?
Yes.
And then, so the additional people that you called in, why did you do that?
Because I knew that we had two scenes. We did have shots fired, and we're going to need additional help no matter what it was that had happened.
If an officer is involved in a shooting, are there separate procedures that take over to deal with that kind of situation?
Yes.
And in those situations, are there officers known as involved and uninvolved?
Yes.
And at this point in time, did you know that you would be an involved officer?
Yes.
And that Potter and Lucky would also be involved officers?
Yes.
So what did that mean to you at that point in time with regard to your supervisor role right then?
It meant that I needed somebody to take over as the scene supervisor once that was possible, because I wouldn't be able to do all of the things that needed to be done as being an involved officer.
And so then you called in, I think you mentioned other agencies. Do you recall doing that?
Yes.
Why?
I didn't know how many officers we currently had clear in Brooklyn Center, but I knew that we were going to need more than we had available that day.
And what did you ask at that point in time, Officer Potter and Lucky, to do?
I asked them to sit down.
And and did your body-worn camera continue to run?
Yes.
And have you been able to observe that video as well, your body-worn camera following the incident?
Yes.
Here, at this time, we would offer Exhibit 64, which is that video.
Any objection to 64? 64 will be admitted and you may publish.
You did?
Yes!
Hey,
I grabbed the wrong fucking gun! I shot him! Oh my god!
Kim, sit down.
I want to freeze it right there just for a quick moment. And for the record, the timestamp at the top is 14:02. There were 3 or 4 audible beeps. Can you explain to the jury what those beeps are?
That was me trying to transmit over my radio. However, at the same time, somebody was already transmitting.
So that beep is an indication of what you described earlier, not being able to get on.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Starting north on the Reds, and can you repeat your first part?
305, we got shots fired. Start more units, please. We're going to need additional units to Noble and 63rd.
Just breathe. Are you okay? Just breathe.
Reach your neck in 7 at gunpoint, 63rd and Captain Drive.
Okay, one adjournment, 6:30 prison.
Kim, take a breath, okay?
Just breathe. Car injured as well. As soon as we get additional cars, I'll check for injuries. Suspects are not compliant. They're moving it.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Just.
Emergency house from 1 on the unit.
Kim, that guy was trying to take off with me in the car.
Okay.
3205, can you start some additional supervisors from other agencies, please?
He's still.
Yeah,
Crystal's en route. 4142 en route. Not locked in route.
Yeah, Kim, take a breath, okay?
6 en route.
Kim, take a breath. You're all right, Kim.
Reach tonight, and we'll take 2 rigs, stage them a couple of blocks out.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Copy, stage couple blocks up.
Driver, stop breathing.
Driver not breathing.
No.
I'll take an additional squad and we'll yank him out. But get him here on the rest. I'm by myself, holding him at gunpoint.
Kim, take a breath. Kim, breathe, okay?
We can get the road shut down, westbound.
Yeah, just park
I'll take it there.
my squad, not yours. Park with my squad.
Northbound at 63rd.
Kim, take a breath. Kim, you're okay. Take a breath, okay?
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Reach him, I can make it 3 rigs. I got 1 male not breathing, 1 female with facial lacerations, and then I've got another civilian car that I have not been able to check on yet.
Copy, 3 rigs.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
3205, we'll take anybody that's available. We need additional help.
What am I gonna do?
5153, I'll be arriving.
5153, copy.
Squad, come to me at 63rd and Catherine so we can get the driver out and the passenger, and then we'll have to check on anyone else after, but the driver is not breathing according to the passenger.
Oh my God! What have I done? What have I done? Oh my God!
Several Brooklyn Park units are arriving.
Question 5.
Yeah, we're all right.
Passenger's moving around. I can't see him, so we're going to need to extricate him if he's not breathing. So I'll wait for additional to come up with a plan. $3207's arriving.
Okay.
Question 6.
Hey, Anthony, you just sit down here, okay?
3219, the suspect I'm at gunpoint at is a flee from 38 stop.
Question 6.
Hey, both you guys, okay? Are you anything injured?
3207, whoever's got a bunker, come on up to Catherine, 63rd.
Oh my God!
700 for domestic, 15-year-old son, 2624 94th Avenue. 4142 arriving.
Question 6.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Can you call Chuck for me?
Yep, hey, Kim, as soon as we're code 4 here, I'm going to get all that taken care of for you, okay?
108, 5200 domestic.
You guys good?
I'm just, take care of that first, and then I'll need somebody. Take a breath, okay, Kim? Take a breath.
In the video, Miss Potter can be heard saying, "I'm going to prison." And that was when you said to her that he was trying to drive off with me in the car.
Yes.
Do you remember saying that to her?
I actually don't.
And When did you learn that you had said that to her?
When I watched my body cam video.
How long after the incident was that?
It was probably about a week.
In that video, she also asked to call Chuck, correct?
Yes.
And did you understand what she was asking?
Yes.
Who is Chuck?
That would be Detective Chuck Ballou.
And do you know how to spell his last name?
It's V as in Victor, Alleeau.
And did you understand why she wanted to call Mr. Ballou?
Yes.
Why?
Because he would be her union representative.
While you were working, well, on April 11th, were you a member of that union?
No.
Were the patrol officers a member of that union?
Yes.
And was Ms. Potter, did you know if she was in a role with the union?
This is irrelevant. Being a member of the union has nothing to do with this case.
The objection is sustained and the jury will disregard.
Your Honor, may I be heard about that, please?
My original ruling is granting the objection.
Your Honor, I don't remember if you did or not. Could you tell the jury not to regard that testimony?
Okay. Ms. Potter's union membership is not relevant to any issue in this case. You ought to disregard any testimony regarding that. Okay?
And so, Major Johnson, did you then, for the rest of that shift until you left, stay at the stop scene?
No.
Right. At some point you left the scene altogether. I guess my question should be more precise. Did you ever go to the other scene, the crash scene?
No.
And while you were still back at the stop scene, did you do something with Ms. Potter's firearm?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what you did?
Due to her mental state of not knowing what she might do, I knew that her firearm was a piece of evidence at that time, so I removed her firearm and put it in my holster and put my gun in her holster, just so that that evidence was preserved.
And then, was that all captured by body camera as well?
Yes.
And, Your Honor, we would offer at this time Exhibit 65.
This would be cumulative. Just testify about it.
Okay. The objection is overruled. I'll allow you to play the video. And 65 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Stay right here. Stay right here, okay? Kim, I'm going to take this but give you mine, okay?
No, just let me kill myself like.
No, that's not happening, Kim. I'm giving you my gun, okay? I'm just going to hold on to yours. All right? Kim? We'll get it all figured out, okay?
I don't know. I don't know what's happened.
Okay, Kim, sit down, breathe, okay? Put my gun in your holster.
I don't know what happened. Okay. I don't know.
But can you come over and sit by Lucky?
Yeah.
Right?
I'll shut the camera off after.
I'm still rolling.
It's fine. I don't.
Incidentally, Major Johnson, were you wearing a taser that day?
Yes.
And during this time period that we just saw, immediately after the incident, did you check Potter and Lucky for injuries?
Yes.
And did you see any injuries?
No.
Did they report any injuries?
No.
And did other officers eventually come to the scene?
Yes.
And as part of that process you made reference to earlier, did you assign officers to Potter and Lucky?
Yes.
And explain just real briefly why you do that.
It's just to make sure that they are being taken care of, that we keep them uninvolved from the incident, that they don't hear anything else that is happening, and that person's kind of their caregiver for the next little while.
And under that policy, are the involved officers supposed to talk about the incident?
No.
And when, at some point, did another sergeant arrive to sort of take over a supervisory role there at the scenes?
Yes.
And did you provide information to that sergeant about what you knew?
Yes.
Just to be clear, it was a Brooklyn Center sergeant?
2 Brooklyn Center sergeants.
Okay. And then did they sort of take over control of everything at that point?
Yes.
And you provided them the important information that they needed to do that, to take over?
Yes.
And did you, subsequent to that, or later, obtain more information that concerned you about Officer Potter?
Yes.
And what was that?
That another officer was concerned that she may harm herself.
And which officer was that?
That was Officer Clean Fricky.
Do you know how to spell her last name?
Yes, F as in Frank, R-I-C-K-E.
And so, what did you do?
Officer Potter was sitting in a squad, and so I had gone over to her and discreetly asked if I could see my firearm that was in her holster. I was able to turn away from her with my firearm, remove the magazine from it and the one round that was in the chamber. So at that time there were no rounds in the firearm.
Did you do this in a way that she could see it?
She was not able to see.
And did you give the ammunition to somebody?
Yes, I handed it to Officer Fricky.
And then did you get it back?
Yes.
All right. And so at that point in time, where is the gun that Officer Potter used in the incident?
In my holster.
And where is your gun?
It is in Officer Potter's holster.
And the ammunition from your gun is where?
In my pocket.
Your Honor, we are going to offer Exhibit 71, which is a video of this incident.
Any objection? Okay, the objection is overruled. I'm going to let 71 in and to be played.
Is she okay?
And you actually, because you weren't here at all, right? Can you stay with her? I would rather, she knows you, I'd rather have you stay with her if possible.
Can I read this?
Yeah.
There's somebody in the back of my squad who needs an ambulance. She needs a cutlet.
Okay.
It's way down there.
Talk to Peterson or somebody else. Okay. All I want you to worry about now is...
There's a female in the back of 332. She has some facial injuries. Can you just make sure she gets seen?
No problem, got it.
Kim, can I see my gun real quick? I'm going to give it right back to you, okay? I'm just going to give her my gun for now. Okay.
Where's mine?
I have yours, okay? Chuck is on his way, all right?
I don't even know.
And then, at some point, did a commander come to the scene?
Yes.
And so just explain to us the kind of the hierarchy of sergeant, commander.
Yes, so sergeant, and then my direct supervisor would be the patrol commander, and his direct supervisor would be the chief of police.
And who was the patrol commander at the time?
Tony Grunig.
And you can see the habit I'm in. Can you spell Grunig for us?
Yes. It's G as in George, R-U-E-N-I-G.
And did he eventually come to the scene?
Yes.
And did you provide him information from the incident?
Yes.
And everything that you thought was important there?
Yes.
And did you explain to him that you thought the person was trying to drive away with you in the car?
No.
And did you then, were you able to then sort of stop any responsibility you had for controlling the scene and turn that over?
Yes.
And were you eventually taken from the scene?
Yes.
And somebody gave you a ride?
Yes.
And you went back to where?
The Brooklyn Center Police Department.
And did you understand at some point later then that the investigation would be taken over by an outside agency?
Yes.
And which agency was that?
The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
And did you have an opportunity to meet with investigators from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension later?
Yes.
Just for the jurors' brief understanding, they are a state law enforcement agency.
Correct.
And during that part of the day, did the BCA investigators talk to you about the firearms?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jurors, what was done in that regard with regard to the two firearms, yours and Potter's?
Yes. They came to me and I had explained the circumstances of why I had that firearm, and they then collected the firearm from me.
When you say the firearm?
That was in my holster.
And which we knew at that point was the one that you had taken from Officer Potter?
Yes.
All right. And what happened then after that?
That was turned over to them as evidence.
All right. What about your firearm?
I didn't see my firearm again.
So the BCA did not bring your firearm back to you?
No.
Okay. Shortly after this, you wrote a brief report about what happened, correct?
Yes.
And would it refresh your recollection about those moments if you had a chance to look at that briefly?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I?
I do have a copy of it.
Oh, with you?
Yes, I do.
If you want to look at if you could please, the second page, the last paragraph. Do you see that?
Yes.
And counsel, just for the record, Bates 650. Just read that to yourself. Does that refresh your recollection about your firearm?
Yes.
Okay. So did they bring you your firearm at some point?
They may have brought mine back, but I didn't get it back.
Okay.
That is still with the BCA.
All right. So they came to you with it, but maintained it as well?
Yes.
All right. I just want to clarify that. Okay. And so you turned over to them Potter's firearm as well?
Yes.
And as part of that interaction with the BCA agents, did they actually take photographs of you in your uniform?
Yes, they did.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take our morning break. Okay, so 20 minutes. Regularly sustaining objections to cumulative. If you put a witness on the stand, go through a lot of detail on what happened, and then want to show the video afterwards. I think Mr. Frank was pretty efficient during the beginning when he was showing the tape, stopping it and having the officer explain what they were seeing. But I'm not going to allow any more lengthy testimony about what's going to happen and then show the video. So please keep that in mind. All right, I'm going to check and see. I think what we need to do is we have to be able to finish the cross on Major Johnson, but today, so we're not going to split it up. But let's take a 20-minute break and I'll check out what the weather is. Okay. Okay, Debbie. Oh, you may be seated. Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, I know you don't have any windows in the courtroom that you're waiting in, so I wanted to let you know that it hasn't started snowing, okay? All right. Okay, does the defense have any cross?
Good morning, Major Johnson.
Morning, sir.
Your present employment is where?
Goodhue County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and you're a major there?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what that means as far as, in Goodhue County, that's in Red Wing?
Yes.
Red Wing. Could you tell the jury what that means, being a major on the Sheriff's Department?
Yes. Basically, I oversee the patrol division of that agency.
Okay. So you're the boss?
One of them.
All right. How many oversee the patrol division?
Just me.
So you're the boss of the patrol division?
Of the patrol division.
Okay. You don't like to brag about it?
No.
Okay. You've known Kim Potter for many years, is that right?
Yes.
When you came on the police force of Brooklyn Center in 2005 was when you first met her?
Yes.
And although you didn't work the same shifts, you would run into her at various times?
Yes.
Would you consider yourself a friend of hers?
As of recently, or I should say, over the past few years, we've become more of friends.
Okay. And in 2019, you were a sergeant at that time, but you were assigned to the patrol of her unit, right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, I mixed those words up, but I think you understood it. So you oversaw her from 2019 until this year, correct?
Yes.
And was she, in the review of her, was she determined to exceed expectations? Do you know what that means?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is overruled.
Did she get that, tell me if you know this or not, did she get in her review the top review of exceeded expectations?
Yes.
And is that meaningful? What does that mean to a patrol officer?
That means that they go above and beyond the normal activity of a patrol officer.
And you were aware that she also worked with domestic victims, is that right?
Yes.
And she also was a casket carrier for officers killed in the line of duty, correct?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, and since you worked with her since 2019, worked over her, have she ever received a complaint of excessive force?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection is overruled. And the answer will stand. Major, will you just remember, if an objection is made, stop talking right away, okay?
Yep.
And don't answer unless I tell you to.
Yes.
But the answer will stand.
So let's just go to the incident. On April 11th, you heard Officer Lucky over the phone, go ahead.
Radio.
Radio, thank you. You heard Officer Lucky over the radio say he's making a traffic stop.
Yes.
And you knew at that time that Officer Lucky was a trainee, and Officer Potter, Officer Potter at that time, was their FTO, correct?
Yes.
Field Training Officer?
Yes.
And so you decided to go there as being the officer to watch over it, correct?
To be his assisting officer, a backup officer.
Okay, a backup officer. Your Honor, excuse me a minute. And we already went over the video and of your testimony as to when you arrived and you learned about that the fellow that had been stopped, Daunte Wright, had a warrant for a weapons violation.
Yes.
What does that tell you as an experienced police officer and now a major at Goodhue County Sheriff's Office when somebody has a weapons violation?
It means if they had a weapon before, it's possible they have a weapon again.
All right. And it also means that they had the weapon illegally because they did not have a permit for it.
Correct.
And in order to have a weapon, you have to go through classes and get a permit, correct?
To carry it, yes.
So he had a weapons violation warrant by a judge, correct?
Yes.
And he also had a restraining order, correct? Order for protection, OFP?
Yes.
And at the time you were talking to Lucky and Kimberly Potter, Officer Potter, you learned that, correct?
Yes.
And they decided to execute the warrant and find out who the lady was in the car, correct?
Yes.
And was that proper procedure based on your experience and you overseeing them?
Yes.
You agreed with that, correct?
Yes.
You also knew that there was marijuana, you were told there was marijuana seedlings or something else in the car, correct?
Yes.
So your goal was, when you went up there to the right car, was to arrest him for the warrant and also to find out who the lady was next to him to make sure that was not the lady that had the FTO on it, or not the FTO, the order for protection on him. Is that right? And when you went up to the vehicle, you went on the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And that was to what?
As a cover officer.
And what does cover officer mean?
Somebody who gets a different view of what's going on inside the car.
Okay, and if there is some kind of attempt to escape, you could assist in stopping the escape, correct?
Yes.
And that's what covering your arresting officer, correct?
Yeah, part of it.
So, in this case, we've watched many, many videos and time sequences. And when you went up to the car, Officer Lucky, based on the videos, told Mr. Wright to step out of the car. Do you remember him telling him that? You don't remember exact time, but do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And did Daunte Wright step out of the car right away, or don't you remember?
As far as I remember, he did.
Okay. And when he stepped out of the car, Officer Lucky was going to handcuff him, correct?
Yes.
But you were the first one that yelled over to the other side of the car and told Daunte Wright that he was under arrest, correct?
Yes.
And then the other two officers, Officer Potter and Officer Lucky, also told him he was under arrest, correct?
I didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that?
No.
All right. So between the time that you told him he was under arrest until the time that he resisted arrest was approximately, according to the tapes, approximately 13 seconds. Is that about right? From when you told him he was under arrest to when he tried to get away from Lucky and get in the car?
Without seeing a timestamp, it sounds about right.
Sounds about right. And then when he pulled away to get back in the car, 6 seconds later, when he was struggling with Officer Lucky, and 6 seconds later, Kim Potter, according to the video, went around Lucky to assist Officer Lucky in trying to restrain Daunte Wright from not getting in the car.
I'm going to object.
That's what's in the video, Judge. I'm cross-examining him.
This witness is questioned. He's talking about some other piece of evidence.
All right, no speaking objections. If you want to make an objection, one-word objections, and we can sidebar if you want. Is the state requesting a sidebar?
Yes, sir.
The objection is overruled, and you may proceed, Mr. Gray.
Thank you. According to the other video shown to the jury, after you said he was under arrest, approximately 13 seconds later was when Daunte Wright started pulling away and trying to get back in his car. Do you agree that that's what you saw?
Yes.
About 13 seconds? And then approximately 6 seconds later, although you didn't hear it, on the videos from the other officers, from Officer Lucky, Officer Potter said, "I'm going to tase you." And did you hear that?
Yes.
Well, you heard the second one, I think. There was "I'm going to tase you" first. There's two "I'm going to tase yous." One you didn't hear. It was on the other side of the car.
I heard one.
Yes. We'll get there. And then after, oh, by the way, when Officer Lucky was attempting to keep him outside the car, was Daunte Wright resisting, or was he not? He was resisting and trying to get back in the car, wasn't he?
That's what it appeared.
Yes. And he didn't stop at any time when Lucky was wrestling with him to say, "Okay, I give up," and put his hands behind him, did he? Okay. And although he didn't hear it, seconds later, there was a statement by Officer Potter, "I'm going to tase you." He didn't stop then either, did he?
No.
He kept resisting, right?
Yes.
And what's an officer supposed to do when you're executing an arrest warrant for a weapons violation and trying to find out who the lady is when somebody does that? Are you supposed to let him go?
No.
What are you supposed to do?
put them under arrest.
And if they try to get away, use force, correct?
Yes.
So, 3 seconds after she said, I'm going to tase you the first time, she said again, I'm going to tase you. And at that time, according to the videos, she was pointing what she thought was a taser, but it was a gun, at Daunte. Right.
Is there a question, Mr. Craig?
Yes, I am. I wasn't done with my question. At any time between the time that you saw him, by Wright, Mr. Wright, go into the car, into the white car, until you heard the second, I'm going to tase you, did he stop resisting at all?
No.
Did he enhance his resistance by still fighting with people to get in the car?
Yes.
And what's your size? What are you, 6'2" or something?
Yes.
6'2"? Good shape?
Would like to think so.
All right. And we've seen Officer Lucky. He's a good-sized man, correct?
Yes.
Did it appear unreasonable to you as an officer that this driver of this car, Daunte Wright, with this warrant, would do what he did? Did it seem unreasonable to you?
Yes.
So, after the second, I'm going to tase you, and that's the one you heard. After you heard that one, did the Daunte Wright stop at any time and say, okay, I'm done, give up?
No.
And at that point in time, was that when you went into the vehicle to grab that shifter?
It was probably a little bit before that.
Okay. And you were in there and you were struggling with him with your strength, right?
Yes.
To you, it was an exigent circumstance, an emergency, correct?
Yes.
And you were trying to get a hold of the shifter to stop him from grabbing that, correct?
Yes.
And you also tried to get a hold of the key with the other hand, correct?
Yes.
And you were in that vehicle and your body was lying over the young lady in there, correct?
Yes.
And one reason your body was lying over her was to keep her from sitting there, right? So she wouldn't get involved. Your statement?
Yes.
And then you weren't having any success in calming him down either, were you? He was still fighting and struggling, correct?
Yes.
And then you heard taser, 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 and that would be approximately 3 seconds after you heard Officer Potter say, I'm going to tase you. There was a time period between when she said that and when she said taser, 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 correct?
Yes.
During that time period, did Daunte Wright at any time show any sign of stopping, giving up, saying, okay, I'm done?
No.
And then after, when the taser, taser, taser was said, approximately a second later, you heard the shot, and you thought it might be a taser, you didn't know. It was a loud noise, correct?
Yes.
And the reason that an officer with a taser says taser, taser, taser is to warn other officers that were in the vicinity of this fellow, Daunte Wright, to back off, correct?
Yes.
And by the way, in using a firearm, you're taught in training that if you use your firearm, you're expected to shoot your firearm twice, correct?
Not every time.
Okay, but are you trained on that?
It is one of the things, yes.
Yes. And that's called using deadly force, correct?
Yes.
In this case, you heard one pop and that was it, correct?
Yes.
In between the time of taser, taser, taser and a second later, did you release from the body of Mr. Wright?
Yes.
And then you went outside the car, correct?
Yes.
And you're disoriented, correct?
Yes.
And that's because of your struggle with him and the loud noise. Fair statement?
Yeah, the loud noise.
And you, as soon as you got out of the car, according to the videos, that car took off like a jet, Fair statement? Did you see it in the video?
Yes.
Did it go quite fast?
Yes, took off quick.
And within seconds after it took off, there was a loud crash. Actually, 2 crashes, correct?
Yes.
And that was the accident down the block, correct?
Yes.
Approximately a block away, half block, you remember?
Just a little more than a block.
More than a block. And then Officer Potter realized that she had shot him. Fair statement?
Yes.
And you didn't know that at first, correct?
No.
And then after she said she shot him, she was really having a difficult time saying, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God," correct?
Yes.
And you were concerned about her, correct?
Yes.
And then she said, "Oh my God, I'm going to go to prison." Do you remember her saying that?
Yes.
And Lucky said, according to the video, "No, you're not. No, you're not." Kimberly says again, "Oh my God." Lucky says again, "No, you're not." You remember that?
I don't.
All right. Then you said, "Kim, the guy that was trying to take off with me in the car." You agree you said that, right?
Yes.
And if he had taken off with you in that car halfway, what would have happened to you? What would you think would be the worst that would happen?
Probably dragged.
Dragged and what?
Injured.
Seriously injured, maybe even dead, right?
Yes.
And if that were the case, would an officer in your position, with Officer Potter trying to stop him from resisting with you and resisting Lucky, would it be fair for that officer to use a firearm to stop him?
By state statute, yes.
By state statute.
Yes.
There's a statute that says to avoid death or grave bodily harm, you have a right to use deadly force, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of that statute?
Yes.
So basically, based on these videos and the conduct of Daunte Wright, as far as you're concerned, and you were there, Kimberly Potter would have had a right to use a firearm, right?
Yes.
May I confer with co-counsel for a minute? Thank you, sir. I'm done. Thanks, Judge.
Will you direct?
Thank you, Your Honor. Major, you were asked about her right to use a firearm.
Yes.
And you've had extensive firearm training, correct?
Yes.
And when you use a firearm to shoot somebody, that is deadly force.
Yes.
And so what Ms. Potter used here was deadly force.
Yes.
And when you use deadly force, you have to consider surroundings.
Yes.
And when you...
The objection is sustained.
Okay.
No leading
I'm
questions, please.
I will rephrase. When you use deadly force, do you need to consider surroundings?
Yes.
And do you need to know whether you could shoot another police officer or another person?
Yes.
And on April 11th of 2021, the Brooklyn Center Police Department had standard issued ammunition.
Yes.
And that was, what kind of ammunition did you use?
I don't know specifically which one.
Was it hollow point?
Yes.
And when you could Officer Potter, in using a firearm, have shot you?
Possible.
Could
Improper again, he's leading.
And the objection is sustained.
how is that? You know, may I?
Okay. Counsel, I'm going to let you rephrase that question.
When you heard this loud pop, which side of the car were you standing on?
Passenger.
And which side of the car was Officer Potter on?
Driver.
And where in relation to the two of you was Mr. Wright?
In between.
And when you heard the loud pop, where were you in relation to Mr. Wright? How far from him?
6 inches to a foot.
And where was the female passenger at the time of the pop?
Right to my left.
And where was Officer Lucky?
I don't know.
And at the time of the loud pop, you could not see Officer Potter, correct?
No.
And in part because you were looking, well, why is that?
I was kind of looking down towards the center console, and Mr. Wright was in between us.
And you don't know, well, let me ask you this. You did not take out your, well, did you take out your gun and shoot Mr. Wright?
No.
Did you take out your taser and taser Mr. Wright?
No.
You indicated that you could have been dragged. Were you dragged by the car?
No.
And in fact, did you just stand up as the car pulled away?
Yes.
The entire time of the interaction with Mr. Wright, where were your feet?
Either against the curb or against the street.
You were asked if, based on your position in the car, you indicated you could have been dragged, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you wanted to keep him from fleeing.
Yes.
And is that, why did you then grab the shift knob of the car when you first reached into the car?
To keep it in park.
And to prevent it from moving.
Yes.
And when you had your hand on the shift knob, did the car move?
No.
When you had your hand on Mr. Wright, when you had both your left and your right hands on Mr. Wright's right arm, did the car move?
No.
After Officer Potter used her taser, did the car move?
After the
if you were disoriented from the struggle and the loud noise, you said loud noise. Why were you feeling disoriented at that time?
Inside the vehicle with such a loud noise kind of throws your balance off and confuses you a little bit.
Did it affect your ability to sort of do your job right at that moment?
I was leading and moved the question and stricken.
Well, I'll let you finish the question first. What is your question?
Did that affect your ability to do your job at that moment in time?
The objection is overruled. I'll let you answer.
Not specifically to do my job.
Were you disoriented at all from the struggle, as counsel asked you?
No.
You were asked, you thought the car took off like a jet. Was jet your word?
No.
Would you ever describe it as taking off like a jet?
No.
Did Mr. Wright ever strike you?
No.
Did the passenger ever strike you?
No.
Did Mr. Wright ever grab a hold of you?
No.
Did Mr. Wright try to grab a hold of the shift knob?
Yes.
Were you able to prevent that?
Yes.
Mr. Earl Gray, Mr. Gray, a name like with a name like Matt Frank, I should not make that mistake.
No.
Mr. Gray asked you if you were lying over the female. At any time, was it necessary to hold yourself up by leaning on her?
To hold myself up?
Right.
I was just kind of balancing against her.
Okay. Were you standing on the ground at that point?
Yes.
What was the point of leaning against her?
So that she wouldn't be involved in what was going on.
Based on your training and experience all these years as a police officer, are you trained about entering cars of people who might flee?
No.
You don't receive training on that?
No.
Is it a good idea to enter a car that's fleeing?
Not if it's driving away.
Okay. So, in entering the car, are you taking some risks?
Yes.
And by grabbing the shift knob, did you alleviate that risk?
Yes.
You indicated earlier about a weapons warrant. Is it always good to be concerned about the potential of a weapon when you make a traffic stop?
Yes.
And so that makes you, I guess, extra aware to the presence of a weapon. Would that be fair?
Yes.
At any time during your interaction with Mr. Wright, did you see a weapon?
No.
Did you see him reach for a weapon?
No.
In the years that you've been working as a police officer, have you had to draw your taser?
Yes.
Have you ever drawn your handgun instead of...
Cross-examination, I never mentioned anything.
The objection is sustained beyond the scope.
Does it exceed expectations to draw a gun and shoot somebody to death instead of their taser?
Same objection, Your Honor.
The objection is sustained.
Your Honor, may I have a sidebar with the court?
Yes. Okay, if the objection is sustained, it's beyond the scope.
So when Miss Potter, on this day, April 11th, told you that she had pulled the wrong gun and used her Glock instead of her taser, was that inconsistent with what you thought of her when you said she exceeded expectations before?
I don't know what she was thinking at that time.
And that's partly because you didn't see the incident from her perspective.
Correct.
So your opinion about, well, all right. In the years that you have worked with Miss Potter, and particularly over the last few years, have you come to like her?
Yes.
And you mentioned doing the carrying caskets. I think there's a better description for that. What is that?
I believe she was a lieutenant with the Law Enforcement Memorial Association.
And so what does she do for that?
They provide support for law enforcement funerals.
And you appreciate that she does that?
Yes.
And you like that she does that?
Yes.
Do you admire her?
Yes.
Did you consider her a good coworker?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
With respect to hollow point bullets, are they used by law enforcement because a hollow point bullet will stay inside of the person shot rather than go through the person and hit somebody else?
That is a ballistic characteristic, yes.
Yes, and that's why they're used?
Yes.
And a car can be considered a weapon, correct?
Yes.
If it takes off fast, fleeing somebody, and it hits somebody, that's a weapon, that car, correct?
Could be, yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Anything further from the state?
Yeah, sure, I'll be brief. One thing that can hollow point bullets also affect the damage done to the person shot?
Yes.
And in training as a police officer, have you been trained about the dangers of shooting occupants of vehicles?
Good. Object outside the scope of my cross-examination.
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
I don't think we've ever had a specific training on that.
On shooting occupants of motor vehicles?
On shooting into a vehicle, yes.
And in fact, there's a policy about it. Is there a policy in Brooklyn Center about that?
Yes.
And is there also a policy about using a taser on people who are operating motor vehicles?
Judge, same objection. I didn't mention it at all.
All right. I'm going to let you answer.
Somebody that's operating a vehicle, yes.
And so the reason for that is what?
If they're moving, driving a vehicle, and you incapacitate them, it could cause an accident.
That's just what Mr. Gray was getting at, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Gray.
At the time that Daunte Wright was shot, was that vehicle moving?
No.
That's all I have.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. All right, members of the jury, we're going to break for lunch, and I'll check the weather in the meantime, okay? Okay, please be seated, counsel. I take it the state has seen the defense's objections to the exhibits?
Your Honor, you're referring to the autopsy photo?
Yes.
We did receive the email, yes.
Okay. I haven't had a chance to look at these photographs, but if they have already been shown in the past...
Your Honor, they have not, and I do have plans to get a flash drive for the court and counsel during our break.
Okay, good. Thank you. We'll deal with that. I don't know if we're going to get to the medical examiner today or not, but we might as well try to take care of this one, as soon as we can. Right.
Are we leaving early today, Judge?
I'm checking the weather, okay? Because I want everybody to be safe. But yeah, and we're breaking for an hour. We'll start up again at 12:30. I may call you in earlier to talk about exhibits, okay?
1:30, Your Honor?
12:30?
1:30.
Oh, that's right. Excuse me. It'd be 1:30.
Okay, counsel, it's getting kind of icky out there and slippery. So I thought what we would do is, after this next witness, I'm going to let the jury go. And I'd like counsel to just stick around for a couple minutes so we can talk about the autopsy pics and maybe confer with Emmanuel on how we arrange that. Okay, Emmanuel? All right. Okay. Is counsel ready? All right. Okay, thank you, Deputy.
If you find that the next witness does not go very long, would you consider an additional witness, or do you just really want one?
Oh, I can't hear you.
If you find that the next witness goes pretty quickly, would you consider the second witness? We do have another one in the hall.
Okay, well, how long is this witness going to take?
Depending on cross-examination, less than
A half an hour?
less than.
Okay, and how long is your next witness after that?
Depending on cross-examination, less than a half an hour.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Okay, welcome back, members of the jury. Please be seated. Okay, just to let you know, it has started to snow. I am going to conclude the trial today a little bit earlier. I'm going to see how it goes. We may get through one witness or two witnesses, but I'm definitely going to let you go home early today. All right? Okay, the state may call its next witness.
At this time, the state calls Tony Grunig.
Hello, officer. Please come forward and stand behind the witness chair. Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this cause?
I do.
Please take a seat. And remove your mask, please. State your full name and spell it.
It's Tony Lee Grunig, TonyLeegruenig.
Okay, officer, a couple things to keep in mind when you're testifying. The court reporter, as you remember, is taking down everything that's being said. Yes or no, instead of shaking your head, no or uh-uhs. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. If an objection is made, stop talking. Don't answer the question unless I tell you to. And only one person can talk at a time, so wait until the attorney finishes his question before you answer.
I understand.
Okay. Counsel?
Could you state your occupation for the record?
A police officer with the City of Brooklyn Center.
How long have you been a police officer for Brooklyn Center?
19 years.
Starting in 2002?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, I worked in South Dakota at a sheriff's office for about 6 years.
Now, could you go back to the beginning of your career from Brooklyn Center, in Brooklyn Center, and explain your role in rank and how it's changed over the years?
Sure. I started as a police officer in 2002. Spent about 3 years on patrol. I was promoted or moved into a drug task force position, and then a violent offender task force position, and then was promoted to a sergeant, and then promoted to a commander. Spent about 11 or so years as a commander. Within that role, I rotated through the 3 divisions. The division commanders report to the chief of police. I started in patrol, was moved to investigations, and then to community services, and then most recently I was back in patrol.
Your current rank is acting chief of the department, correct?
Correct.
And how long have you been in that role?
Since April 12th or 13th, somewhere in there.
Of this year.
Of this year, yes.
And you're a licensed peace officer?
I am.
And you take continuing education courses to maintain that license, correct?
I do.
I'd like to discuss Brooklyn Center and the Brooklyn Center Police Department generally as it existed on April 11th of 2021. What's the population of Brooklyn Center?
That's around 30,000 people.
Where is it located?
It's a first-ring suburb of North Minneapolis or Minneapolis.
Okay. And that's in Hennepin County, correct?
It is.
And how many licensed peace officers, when fully staffed, does the Brooklyn Center Police Department have?
Fully staffed is 49 police officers.
And out of those, how many sergeants are there?
There is 7 sergeants.
And how many commanders are there?
3.
And then there's just one chief, right?
Correct.
In this case so far, the jury has heard about the role of a patrol officer and the role of a patrol sergeant. Could you explain your duties as a commander as of April 2021?
Sure. It's largely administrative, so report to work every day to a desk. And for the most part, take administrative duties, which could range from working on ordering patrol cars or answering emails, but largely administrative. We answer to the chief of police, and I have as a patrol commander, I'd have 6 sergeants that would report to me.
Yep. So I appreciate your modesty, but basically you supervise officers and sergeants, correct?
Correct.
And you said you have a desk job. Do you have essentially regular work hours, weekday
Correct.
hours?
Correct. Salaried employee, regular work hours, weekdays.
Okay. And what you describe as paperwork, but it's paperwork related to policing, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to know about your duties when there's a report that an officer uses force. Can you describe the process that you follow?
So an officer will use force. A street supervisor would try to report to the scene when force is used. The officer then would fill out a use of force sheet that is reviewed by the sergeant, and then the sergeant signs off on the use of force sheet if it's appropriate force, forwards it to the divisional commander who is in charge of that sergeant. Generally it's the patrol commander. The patrol commander reviews the use of force sheet and then submits it for filing.
Yep. And takes any necessary action, correct?
Correct.
I want to go one step farther from that. In addition to the protocols for responding to just use of force incidents, are there separate protocols for situations which would involve an officer-involved shooting or in-custody death?
Yes, a critical incident.
Yes.
Yeah.
And are you familiar with those policies?
I am.
Do those policies also place upon you as a supervising officer additional responsibilities?
Yes.
Now, we can talk about those responsibilities in a minute. I now just want to get a big picture. In a scene response, in terms of scene response and who conducts any subsequent investigation, are these officer-involved cases handled differently than typical cases?
Yes.
How?
So and critical incidents, right, you're talking about?
Yes.
So we would just do the or BCA.
Okay. And in a typical case, how is the decision made to essentially outsource the investigation?
The chief of police makes that decision.
If the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, and I'm going to refer to it as the BCA, if the BCA is assigned to investigate a case, does the Brooklyn Center Police Department have any role, at least at the outset?
To to basically give them the information that they need to investigate the crime, a thumbnail overview of what's going on, and then handing the case over to them. So very little to answer your question more directly.
Okay. What about if an event is acute, if it just occurred? Are there other roles or other actions that Brooklyn Center Police may need to take, knowing that the BCA is ultimately going to be taking over the investigation?
Preserving the evidence on the crime scene would be the other acute one.
Yeah. And what may preserving evidence in the crime scene entail? What might it include?
Maintaining a perimeter, maintaining integrity of the evidence and the chain of custody from our agency, turning it over to another agency.
Okay. And when the investigation is turned over to another agency, does that occasionally take some time for that other agency to arrive on scene?
Yes. They are generally not a 24/7 agency.
And so if there is an event that occurs, is it common for you to take into consideration that the investigative agency may not arrive for some period of time, including hours?
Correct.
And so you know that efforts to maintain scene integrity may also last hours.
Correct.
When the BCA arrives, would a commander typically have additional responsibilities?
Yes, just to maintain the scene and perimeter generally, because the BCA would not maintain a perimeter probably.
Sure. Would you be typically obligated to convey some information to the BCA upon their arrival?
Yes.
And what information may that be?
The layout of the crime scene, the location of the witnesses, the evidence, the location of the evidence.
And that role often falls on your shoulders, correct?
Correct.
And does that also require then, when you would come to a scene of a critical incident, that you basically have to figure out what happened or to understand? Prior to April 11th, have you responded to other officer-involved shootings?
Yes.
Have you done so as a supervisor?
Yes.
And have you followed Brooklyn Center's policies and protocols in those past incidents?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to talk about April 11th. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you working that day around 2 p.m.?
No, I was off, but on call.
Did you receive some information that prompted a response from you?
I received a significant page from dispatch that our agency was involved in an officer-involved shooting.
And do you recall when you received that information? 2:15, sometime around there?
Correct, around that time.
Okay. And the information that you received was that there was an officer-involved shooting in Brooklyn Center, correct? That information?
Correct.
Okay. What did you do in response to that specific information?
Contacted the duty sergeant, Sergeant Johnson.
Okay. Did Sergeant Johnson convey any additional information to you?
Yes. Gave me the involved officers, Officer Potter and Lucky, and I believe he also informed me that the victim was deceased.
Did he inform you that he was involved?
Eventually. I'm not sure if he initially told me.
Okay. After you received that information, what did you do?
Report back to my residence and then went to the scene of the incident.
Okay. How long did it take you to get to the scene of the incident?
15 or 20 minutes.
Okay. As you drove to the scene, did you receive any additional updates?
I'm sure I did. I probably contacted the chief of police as well.
Okay. And the chief of the police at that time was Tim Gannon?
Yes.
As you were driving to the scene, what role did you anticipate playing in this case?
The scene commander in charge of the crime scene, and eventually to have to turn it over to the BCA.
Okay. You had mentioned an individual named Sergeant Johnson. Do you recall how long you've known Sergeant Johnson?
His entire career, which somewhere around 14 years, 12 to 14 years.
Okay. And is that in your capacity as supervising sergeants?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe your relationship with him? Personal, professional?
Professional.
Professional. You had mentioned Officer Kim Potter. You'd agree she's in the courtroom today?
I do.
She's the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Can you describe the scope of your interactions with her?
Professional mostly. Was the union president, and I was the patrol commander, so we had a fair amount of interaction. We also go to the same gym, so we talk about gym and workouts.
Okay. Could you describe the type of communication you had with her in the role that she played?
As the union president,
yes.
Labor management, negotiations.
I've ruled in this case her activities as a union representative is not relevant, so move on, counsel.
Okay. Needless to say, you had interactions with her beyond those of someone who supervises officers. There was a secondary relationship that you had with her professionally.
Correct.
Are you familiar with Officer Lucky?
Yes.
And am I understanding that he is a fairly new officer in your department?
In field training, yes.
Yep. On April 11th, he was in field training, but he's still an officer in your department, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now back to the incident. Do you recall when you arrived at the scene?
Around 2:38, 2:40, somewhere in there.
As you arrived, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
No.
At that time, did you know who was in charge of the scene in terms of what sergeants were present?
I knew Sergeant Peterson and Sergeant Johnson were there. I believed probably Sergeant Peterson was in charge.
And that's Sergeant Michael Peterson?
Yes.
Mike Peterson?
Yeah.
As you arrived, can you describe what you recall seeing at the scene?
I arrived on the eastern edge of the scene, which would be like 63rd and Catherine area.
Mm-hmm.
There was a crashed vehicle. There was 2 crashed vehicles, actually, and I believe the deceased was on the northwest corner of that intersection.
Now, I'm only going to ask you a single question, and then I'm going to play a video. Do you recall that when you first entered the scene, you encountered an officer from the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes.
And was that Officer Summers?
Yes.
Did you have a brief exchange with him?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, the state offers Exhibit 91.
Any objections to 91?
And number 1 is cumulative, and number 2 is not relevant to this offense.
The objection is overruled. I'll allow you to, 91 will be admitted and you may publish.
Thank you. Please play 91. Mr. Miller?
Worried about all the traffic coming in from Brooklyn Park.
What's up?
We can handle some of the traffic.
Where's Mike?
Like even shut down here.
They're down, way down there by
There's gonna be heavy
the lights down, way down there. That's where the initial stop was, right by the school. Or
Like 63rd and Zane, or just down a couple more?
No, just right by the, is that the church or what is that?
Okay. Is Peterson down there?
I think so.
Is this a witness?
For the parents.
Okay. Any witnesses?
Divert
Just the
everyone
parents?
saying. We will keep
Well,
pushing
no, I don't, not that I know.
areas are inner perimeter, but shut all traffic down and
For now.
Yep.
and that's you.
Following the event captured in this video, do you agree that you then walked down and talked to those sergeants, Sergeant Peterson and Johnson?
Yes.
When you arrived, would you agree that you sort of took over command of the scene?
Yes.
Did you receive information about what occurred at the scene?
I did.
From whom did you obtain that information?
Sergeant Peterson and Sergeant Johnson a little bit.
What did you learn?
The objection is sustained.
Sidebar.
Okay, I've already ruled on that objection. You may continue.
Did you discuss again, pardon me, was the information that you initially received about the involved officers reaffirmed, that Kim Potter and Anthony Lucky were involved?
Objection meeting.
It reiterates
The
prior.
objection is overruled. You may answer.
Yep. Did you learn about any other involved officer at that time?
Yes.
Pardon me, your
Go.
Chief. Beyond Kim Potter and Anthony Lucky, did you learn that there were other involved officers?
Yes, Sergeant Johnson.
Was there another involved officer?
Sergeant Johnson.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. Was there a fourth?
A fourth officer?
Sure. Did you also learn information about an Officer Salvosa, who was an involved officer?
In the incident?
Not in the incident, but at the scene.
Yes.
Okay. When you learned that Sergeant Johnson's status as an involved officer, did his role change at the scene?
Yes.
And how did that change?
I needed to remove him from the scene and bring him back to the police department.
You know that there is body-worn camera video which captures exchanges between you and Sergeant Johnson and Sergeant Lorenz and Sergeant Peterson?
Yes.
Okay. Just for the purposes of identifying witnesses, I'd like to show you a photograph. The state at this time offers Exhibit 92.
Is there any objection to Exhibit 92?
Okay.
92 will be admitted and you may publish.
You're now seeing Exhibit 92 on the screen. Chief Grunig, can you describe what you see in this image?
I see myself, Sergeant Peterson on the left, and Sergeant Johnson to the right of him.
Now, when you say Sergeant Johnson is to the right of him, immediately to the right or something else?
To my right in the scene. Yeah.
Yep. Would you agree the timestamp in this image is normal time, 2:38 and 28 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. As you spoke to your sergeants, what were some of the issues that you needed to address as the scene commander at that time?
Where the crime scene occurred, the evidence, the perimeter, the involved witnesses, where those parties were, if they needed to be removed or not.
Did you ever speak to Officer Potter or Lucky?
No.
Were they on the scene when you arrived?
No.
Do you know where they went?
I believe they went to the police department.
Now, with regard to Sergeant Johnson, you did speak to him.
Briefly, yes.
And he conveyed information to you.
Yes.
And you discussed the incident with him.
Yes.
And he knew, pardon me, strike that question. Do you know that why Sergeant Johnson did not leave the scene immediately when Officer Potter and Lucky left?
I would guess to relay information to me, but I don't know for sure what he was thinking.
But eventually Sergeant Johnson did leave the scene?
Yes.
Were you aware of any other civilians besides the deceased, Daunte Wright, who were involved in this case?
Yes.
And who were they?
Mr. Wright's girlfriend, who was a passenger in the vehicle, and then another couple that was struck by his vehicle.
Okay. And they eventually left the scene too, correct?
Correct.
After you gathered information about the scene and the status of the incident and the response and in the investigation, did you take any actions?
Contacted the BCA?
And did you make a request of them?
Yes.
And what was that request?
To report to our crime scene and investigate an officer-involved shooting.
Do you recall when you placed that call?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. If you could estimate a time, could you?
Somewhere around 2:45, 3 o'clock.
Could you walk us through that phone call?
Generally, I would have contacted Mike Phil and relayed where we were, the brief incident about what occurred, the location of where we were, some of the witnesses that we had. I would have also relayed that Sergeant Johnson had Officer Potter's handgun, and Officer Potter was the involved officer.
Did you report to your sergeants that the BCA was coming to the scene?
Yes.
And at that point, did you direct your sergeants to do anything?
Probably just to maintain the integrity of the scene and the perimeter.
Okay. And as you were waiting for the BCA's arrival, do you recall speaking to any civilians at the scene?
I believe I spoke to Mr. Wright's mother.
And what was the purpose of your communication with them?
To express my condolences and ask that she not move into the crime scene.
If I showed you a still image of you talking to Mr. Wright's family, would you recognize it?
Yes.
This time the state offers Exhibit 94.
Give me what your objection. That's not irrelevant. We've had a lot of pictures of her.
The objection is sustained.
Prior to today's testimony, did you see a photograph of you talking to the Wright family?
Yes.
At some point, did agents from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension arrive?
Yes.
And did you have any contact with the agents?
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
Mike Phil, Special Agent.
And do you recall at what point Special Agent Mike Phil arrived at the scene?
Not exactly the time. Probably about an hour later.
Hour later, that'd be about 3:45 then?
Yeah.
Okay. When he arrived, did you discuss with him the information that you knew?
Yes.
And was it important at that time for you to convey everything that you did know?
Yes.
What other information besides just the basic factual circumstances did you convey to Agent Phil?
The answer is based on hearsay.
Sidebar, please. Okay, counsel, you understand what my prior ruling is. You may continue.
Am I correct, Chief, that you conveyed to Mike Phil that Brooklyn Center Police Department would continue to provide scene security and keep track of the officers and witnesses who were involved at the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes.
And did you also convey that you would open up the Brooklyn Center Police Department so the BCA can come and conduct a fair and independent investigation?
Yes.
If I showed you a photograph of you speaking to Mike Phil, would you be able to identify him?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers Exhibit 95.
Any objection to Exhibit 95? I don't believe it is. The objection is overruled. 95 will be admitted into evidence and you may publish.
Sergeant Green, for the record, you're being shown Exhibit 95. Can you describe what you see here?
Myself and Mike Phil.
Okay. He's the individual wearing the blue suit in this image?
He is, yes.
Okay, and where are you standing in this image?
In front of the victim's vehicle.
Okay. And would you agree the timestamp on this image is 15:52 or 3:52 p.m.?
Correct.
And was this the time frame when you were conveying to Agent Phil what you were told about this incident?
Yes.
Okay. How long did the BCA remain at the scene? How long did the BCA remain at the crime scene conducting the investigation?
Until around 7:30, 7:45 or so.
Okay. How long did you remain on the scene?
For that entire time.
And by that time, to your knowledge, the crime scene investigation had concluded?
Yes.
Okay. I now would like to talk about your role in this case since the incident. Has the Brooklyn Center Police Department cooperated with the BCA since this incident?
Yes.
Have you made officers available to speak to the BCA?
They have.
Have you made officers available to talk to the state and the defense in this case?
We have.
Have you made available training records, personnel records, body-worn camera footage, squad video, records from prior cases that may bear on issues in this case?
We have.
No further questions. Thank you, Chief.
Yes.
No questions, thank you.
Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
At this time, the state calls Special Agent Mike Phil.
Special Agent, will you please step behind the witness chair? Raise your right hand. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will truthfully testify in connection with this cause? All right. Please take a seat and please remove your mask. State your full name and spell it.
Charles Michael Phil, C-H-A-R-L-E-S, Michael, common, Phil, P as in Paul, H-I-L-L, the second.
Okay, couple rules to keep in mind when testifying. Yes or no instead of shaking your head or saying uh-huh and or because the court reporter is taking down everything that's being said. If you don't understand a question, let the lawyer know. If an objection is made, stop talking immediately and don't answer, please, unless I tell you to. And only one person can talk at a time, so wait until the question's finished before you answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel?
Could you state your occupation for the record?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge at the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
How long have you been with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension?
14 years now, almost 15.
Are you currently in the Force Investigations Unit?
Yes, I supervise that unit in the state of Minnesota.
Can you describe for the jurors, just taking another step back, can you describe for the jurors what the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, or the BCA, is?
Sure. We're the largest investigative arm for the state under the Department of Public Safety. In the BCA, there's 3 divisions. There's the laboratory, there's Justice Information Systems, and there is investigations, which I'm a part of. Within investigations, there's clearly many other sections.
I now want to discuss your background, sir. Prior to your career in law enforcement, could you describe your educational background?
Sure, I have a bachelor's in criminology from Fresno State University in California and a master's in criminal justice administration from Michigan State University.
After school, where did your professional career begin?
I was a deputy sheriff for 4 years in Seattle, Washington, King County Sheriff's Office, and I then lateraled to Minnesota to work at the Brooklyn Park Police Department, and then after that, 2007, I joined the BCA.
Brooklyn Park, where is that in relation to Brooklyn Center, Minnesota?
It is right next to it, right straight to the west.
When you transitioned to the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, what roles have you had at the BCA?
I joined in 2007 with the predatory crime section, then did some narcotics, then I went to the financial crimes task force. After that, I joined the SWAT team, crime scene team, then to homicide. I was in homicide for 5 years. After that, I was promoted and supervised the predatory crime section in the metro here, and then the information and operations section, and then back to homicide, and then now the force investigation unit.
And all the time that you've spent at the BCA, 16 years, that's all been investigative?
Yes, sir.
And you're a licensed peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And you take continuing education courses to maintain that license, correct?
Yes, sir.
Am I correct that as the supervising agent of force investigations, you conduct investigations on police officer use of force cases?
Yes, we do.
And obviously that would include officer-involved shootings?
Yes.
And as a supervising agent, what duties and obligations do you have?
Well, as a supervisor of the unit, there's currently about 10 of us. There's about 100 agents in the entire BCA, but our unit's about 10. When we're notified at the request of another agency, because the BCA is an assist agency first and foremost, we're requested to take over these investigations. Once that occurs, then I start to make phone calls, notify my administration, figure out what happened, and try to figure out how many agents I need to respond.
And let me unpack that just a little bit. In regard to officer-involved shootings, does the BCA, I believe you testified, does the BCA work on those at the request of local agencies, or do you have a separate jurisdiction?
At the request. The BCA agents have statewide jurisdiction throughout the state for any crimes in Minnesota statutes. However, uses of deadly force, officer-involved shootings, we're not required by law to investigate those. Sheriffs and police chiefs can decide who they want to investigate those. They tend to call the BCA. We've done them over the years, more and more each year, and we're now kind of the preferred agency. However, it's not required that we do so. It's at the request of a chief or a sheriff.
From a scene response and investigative role, why are these cases handled differently than typical cases within particular law enforcement agencies?
We call these cases critical incidents. They're not always shootings. They're uses of deadly force usually. So they're high-profile cases. And by calling in an objective third-party organization to the investigation, it allows the chief, the sheriff, to step back and let another organization investigate it, handle the case all the way to its conclusion, all the way to court if need be.
Avoid conflicts, be independent, etc.?
That is correct. So there's no appearance of bias.
Okay. When an incident of this type occurs, is it then like you get a phone call from the chief of police or a commander or something like that?
Usually law enforcement will call our operations center, which is 24 hours, or if they know us, which many do know the agents in my unit, they'll call us directly and they'll say, we just had a critical incident, we just had a shooting, and then they'll ask what to do next. We ask them certain questions, and that helps us coordinate our response.
If the BCA is assigned a particular case, does the local agency have any role in the case?
Oh, absolutely. Because these cases occur throughout the state, we're responding I have agents throughout the state, so it can take us anywhere from a half hour to 3 hours to get there. So in the meantime, the local agencies there, we rely on them to secure the scene, make sure that it's properly protected with tape, barriers, whatever need be to protect the evidence, and keep out citizens, media, anybody who might disturb the evidence. That's required. We need them to do that because we just don't have the personnel or the quickness to get there. And then we also need them to coordinate getting witnesses out of the scene and back to the police department or the sheriff's office so that we can interview them and talk to them.
Once the BCA arrives, does the local agency still have a role?
Yes. So even after we've arrived on scene, there's a lot of information that we're still gathering to figure out what happened, how many people are involved. It's always an ever-changing process. As soon as we arrive, more and more information becomes known to us. So as we are liaisoning with that agency, we're asking them certain things like, do they have body cameras? Do they have squad video? Is there evidence they collected? There's certain documents, reports, records that we're going to ask for. So throughout the process, we are asking certain things of that agency.
In the years since you've been at the BCA, how many officer-involved shooting cases have you worked on?
I have worked on, meaning assisted in some way, well over 100, and I've been the case agent for probably 24.
Can you describe what is entailed by being a case agent or lead agent?
Certainly. These cases are not typical cases where maybe one person or two agents can work them. They really take multiple agents. So the case agent is just the person who's the lead, who tries to take the lead initially to speak to the involved officers, speak to the family of the civilians involved, to kind of give them both a picture of what it is we're going to do. And then multiple agents will do all sorts of duties, interviews, evidence collection, however that may be, and it could be throughout the state for one incident. They will do their own reports. Those reports will come in, and the case agent's job is kind of watch those reports come in, see what evidence is being collected, watch the videos that can be watched, and make sure that pretty much the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed for the case file.
I'd like to talk about how a case begins in your unit. Can you describe a typical protocol for how the BCA responds to the scene and what they do at the scene in a typical officer-involved shooting?
Typically we're called, usually they're at nighttime or the weekends, and I try to get as much information as I can, and as I said, it's always fluid, but I need to know how many people to respond, so I'll try to figure that out first. Once we know how many people to respond, we need to know the area, the address, obviously, indoor, outdoor, those sort of things. I also need to notify my administration, who needs to know certain information. I have to notify the crime scene team. At the BCA, our crime scene team is comprised of mainly scientists, not police officers. So they're not sworn. They're scientists who trained in collecting evidence. So I notify them so that they can respond with the appropriate personnel they need to get to the scene and do what they need to do. Once we start to figure out a little bit of what's happening, I'll usually direct certain agents to the police department or the sheriff's office because there's work to be done there, and then others will go to the scene itself because there's work to be done there.
So it's, you'd agree that it's essentially information dependent. How many agents, where you need to send them, what do they need to do, etc.
Yes, sir.
I now want to turn to April 11th of 2021. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Were you working that day?
No, it was Sunday.
Did you receive some information that prompted a response from you at approximately 2:45?
Yes, I was advised by our 24-hour operations line at the BCA that the Hennepin County Dispatch wanted to connect me to Commander Tony Grunig of the Brooklyn Center Police Department in regards to an officer-involved shooting. I called Tony, got some preliminary information from him, which was, he told me that one of his officers...
Okay, just don't relate things that people have told you, okay?
Okay.
All right. You may continue.
You'd agree that Commander Grunig provided you information, correct?
Yes.
And then on the basis of that information, you decided what was an appropriate response from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, correct?
That is correct.
And did you make all required notifications of on your team?
Yes, I did. Based on what I learned, I directed some agents to the Brooklyn Center Police Department and others to the area of 63rd and Catherine in Brooklyn Center for what I was told was a shooting scene.
Okay, I know this is kind of difficult, but would you please refrain from repeating things that other people have told you?
Okay.
Okay. Do you want to move on, counsel?
I will. If the objections persist, I will ask for a sidebar here.
All right.
When did you arrive at the scene?
I believe I got the phone call about 2:45. I got there about 3:45, so about an hour.
Okay. At the time of your arrival, was there any other personnel from the BCA present?
No, I was the first one.
When you arrived, how many individuals from the BCA were present?
Just myself.
Yep. Can you describe what you saw as you arrived?
I parked close to the scene, got out of the car, and was immediately contacted by Commander Tony Wright.
Okay. And did Commander Grunig then convey information about what he knew occurred?
Yes.
And did he then give you a walkthrough of the crime scene?
Yes, he did.
And do you remember the significant observations that you made on your initial arrival at the scene of the crime scene?
Yes.
What were those?
I walked to a Buick that was crashed and up on a curb. In front of the Buick and to the left was a deceased male who had some clothing removed and some medical apparatus were nearby. I could observe he had a gunshot wound to the chest area. There were 2 Hennepin County deputies standing nearby. I asked them if they had a tent. They said we did get a tent put up immediately so that we could cover his body. I then started to ask Tony Grunig some more questions about personnel involved at the scene, which would help me direct what to do next.
The people he identified as involved officers, did you know their location at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and that was a Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, it was.
After you spoke to Commander Grunig, what did you do next?
I began to contact my agents, and I needed to advise them of the size of the area, what needed to be done. First and foremost was the canvassing. I also observed what appeared to be family member inside the perimeter. I went over to those people who looked like family, introduced myself, and found out that they were related to the decedent. I told them who I was. I told them what our role at the BCA was. And even though they were inside of the perimeter, they were not near evidence or the decedent. So I allowed them to stay in that position, stay there, so that we could do our job at the crime scene.
Did other members of your team arrive at that point?
Yes, they did.
And did that include forensic scientists?
Yes, the crime scene team did arrive.
What tasks did the crime scene team take up at that point?
One of the things that I do as I'm there collecting information is then as soon as the crime scene team gets there, the team leader will ask me what I've learned since the time I spoke to her on the phone to ask for her to respond, and then by the time she arrives. So obviously there's more information I gather. I relayed that to her, and at that point I did know that there was a traffic stop that started it, and that was farther down from where the crash scene was and where the body was. So I advised her of that. I did not know much more as far as evidence collection, meaning how many bullets were fired, what direction, those kind of things that a team would need to know and usually ask me. I didn't have those answers at that time, but I did tell her what I did know.
Did they, to your knowledge, follow the protocols that they have, such as photographing the scene, searching for evidence, documenting the scene, etc.?
That is correct.
Okay. And did other licensed law enforcement agents arrive as well?
Yes, I did have some more agents arrive, and they took up some duties such as interviewing the family and canvassing neighborhoods.
The crime scene team, are they led by a particular individual?
Yes.
And who was that on that day?
On that date, it was Melissa Lauren.
Melissa Lauren. And the agents that arrived, did those agents include agents such as Brent Peterson?
Yes.
Okay. And as the supervisor of this team, as those efforts were taking place to canvass and to search the area for evidence, did you oversee their actions?
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what canvassing means?
Sure. Canvassing means that we go door to door and knock on the neighbors' doors, whether they appear home or come out and talk or not. Hopefully we can make contact. We'll ask them if they saw or heard anything, because there's eyewitnesses and there are ear witnesses, and they will usually tell us. So we identify them. If they did hear or see, then we will do a taped interview with them so we can record that statement. We also ask if anybody has outdoor cameras on their home, security cameras. If they do, we ask if we can get a copy or we'll get a search warrant for those. We also ask if they recorded the incident at all on their own personal phones or devices, and if so, we will get copies of those.
Okay. Now, you previously testified that you had covered the body of the decedent. Let's get this out of the way. Was the decedent ultimately identified?
Yes, sir.
And his name was?
Daunte Wright.
Okay. You testified that you had covered Daunte Wright's body with a tent. I don't think just those words alone would help the jury understand what you mean. At this time, do you know that there was a photograph taken of this tent?
Yes.
At this time, the state offers Exhibit 98.
Any objection to Exhibit 98?
No.
Exhibit 98 will be admitted into evidence, and you may picture it.
Special Agent Phil, I'm showing you Exhibit 98. Could you describe what you see in this image?
Yes. I'm standing myself in front of the unmarked squad. I have a hat on.
Agent Phil, could you move that mic? I see you're moving to look at the photograph. I just want to make sure the jury hears you. Please proceed.
I'm talking to one of my agents, Colleen Myrie, and then I also have the crime scene team leader, Melissa Lauren, to my right, and then there's a crime scene team member to her right.
Okay. And is the tent that you testified about in this image?
Yes, that is the tent that the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office erected for us.
Okay, and that is the tent that covered Daunte Wright's body after you arrived at the scene?
Yes, sir.
During the time when the crime lab team was looking for evidence, did they direct their attention to a particular location? Was there something in the crime scene to which the crime lab directed their attention?
The car itself generally was where we were working to start.
The white Buick, which was located in the image there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why did they direct their attention toward that?
There was a lot of blood inside the vehicle. There was a lot of blood inside the vehicle. It was clear to us that Daunte Wright had been in that vehicle. We did not know what occurred at the traffic stop. So one of the things we're looking for after we get a search warrant is a weapon, to see if there are any weapons involved. So that's what we were looking for.
And was at least some evidence of a fired gun located in the vehicle?
Yes.
And what was that evidence?
It was a fired gun cartridge.
Cartridge. Okay. And what's the significance of finding a cartridge?
The objections overruled. You may answer.
The significance of finding one cartridge would help to know that a bullet was fired, a gun was fired at least once. We did not know how many times, so one was significant, but we didn't know if there were more to find.
Where was the cartridge located? Do you recall?
In the driver's seat, I believe, in blood.
Now, as you were on the scene with your members of the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, did another agency at the scene? Did another agency arrive at the scene to conduct additional investigation?
Yes.
And what agency was that?
The Hennepin County Medical Examiner.
Okay. And when did the Hennepin County Medical Examiner arrive?
I'm not sure at the time.
Okay. And what occurred after the Hennepin County Medical Examiner came to the scene?
I was there when they arrived, the investigator and the doctor. We do not generally touch or move decedents until they arrive, because those bodies are in custody of the medical examiner as evidence so that they can do an autopsy. So we will not roll or move or touch until they arrive. So once they arrive, then all of us went inside the tent to observe the body.
Okay. And ultimately, did the medical examiner take that body with them?
Yes, they did.
Okay. After the medical examiner took Mr. Wright's body, did the BCA continue their work in this case until at least 7:30 p.m.?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And approximately 7:37, is that when the BCA left?
That is when we cleared. I was the last BCA person to leave.
Okay. While you were at the crime scene, did you receive any updates from other agents at the Brooklyn Center Police Department that assisted you in directing your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what information did you receive that assisted you in directing your investigation?
Objection hearsay.
It's not a hearsay purpose, Your Honor.
Objection is...
All right, okay. Just make sure, Agent, not to relate anything that somebody told you, okay? All right. Could you restate your question, counsel?
Did you learn, based on communication with your other agents, that a firearm was recovered? In fact, 2 firearms were recovered?
At the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
Yeah. Did you also learn that body-worn camera footage was reviewed by your agents?
Yes, sir, at the Brooklyn Center Police Department.
Did you also learn that a taser was collected from the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, sir.
After you left the scene, what were the next steps in the BCA's investigation?
After clearing the scene, our priority was to take the evidence back to our headquarters in St. Paul, and that included the Buick vehicle so that we can do a full search there. We don't like to search vehicles generally out on scene. We like to bring them to our garage area where we can control the weather, control the lights, and collect any evidence that we find much more safely and without losing things on scene. So evidence went back to the headquarters, and then I also stayed in contact with Brooklyn Center regarding things like body camera collection and squad video collection.
Okay. And the body-worn camera and the squad video, those were ultimately reviewed?
Yes, they were.
Did you also direct agents from the BCA to conduct interviews of any individual with material information about this case?
Yes, we will interview anybody who is willing and wants to talk to us, citizens, officers, anybody.
Okay. Did you request any forensic testing of recovered evidence in this case?
Yes.
Could you describe some of the forensic testing?
Some of the testing that was done was by the firearm section of our laboratory. So they will test the firearm, they will test to see if it matches casings, bullets, if they're recovered from the scene or from a person at autopsy.
Was an autopsy performed on this case, yes?
Yes.
And was evidence recovered from that autopsy and brought to the BCA?
Yes.
Now, following your actions on the physical evidence and on the video evidence, did you also collect some documentation or paperwork from the Brooklyn Center Police Department?
Yes, we did.
And did that include training records and employment records?
Yes, we request those for most uses of deadly force.
Okay. Why do you collect training records?
We collect training records to make sure that whatever weapons or tools or devices were used were in accordance with the department policy, and if so, when were they last trained on them to use them. It's a pretty important thing that prosecutors request.
Okay. Agent Phil, you've discussed a number of actions here that were taken by other individuals, other investigators, other scientists. Are you aware that there are other BCA agents and scientists who are going to testify about their roles, their respective roles in this case over the course of this trial?
I am aware, yes.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
We have no questions.
All right. Thank you, Agent. You may step down. All right, members of the jury, we're going to adjourn for the day, and we'll start up at 9 o'clock on Monday. But I want to remind you of the instructions I gave you earlier regarding your conduct as jurors. Please keep these in mind each time we recess and when we adjourn for the day. As I explained earlier, it is essential that you follow these rules to ensure the fairness of this trial to all parties. While I will not try not to repeat the instructions to help you remember, I may not always do so. So if I forget, please remember what these instructions are. Just because I don't repeat these instructions don't mean they don't apply. Do not let outsiders influence you. This includes family members and friends and anyone else who was not actually involved in this trial. Do not discuss this case with other jury members during the trial. You'll have plenty of time to do that at the end of the trial. Once you've heard all the evidence and I've sent you to the jury room with my instructions and the verdict forms. Do not talk to anyone involved in this case, the defendant, the lawyers, or the witnesses. If anyone tries to discuss this case with you outside the courtroom, report this to me. When you go home during the trial, do not talk to your family, friends, or others about the case. You may tell them that you are a juror on a criminal case, and that is all I want you to tell them. Do not report your experiences as a juror while the trial and deliberations are going on. Do not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, Google+, YouTube, or other social networking sites about this trial, even if I have not specifically mentioned other media sites. Do not visit any chat rooms where this case may be discussed. Do not read or listen to news reports or newspaper, magazines, radio, television, podcasts, or other media about this case. Don't do your own investigation. Don't ask people about the case. Don't visit any of the locations mentioned in the trial. Do not use internet map applications such as MapQuest or Google Earth or similar mapping media to view the locations. Do not research anything about the case, including the issues, evidence, parties, witnesses, location, or the law, through any form of written, print, electronic, or internet media, including Google, Safari, Firefox, Bing, or similar search engines. Do not create your own demonstrations or reenactments of the events which are the subject of the case. Keep an open mind until you've heard and seen all the evidence. Remember that you cannot consider anything you hear or learn about this case outside this courtroom. If you don't follow these instructions, you may jeopardize the trial. This may require the whole trial to be redone, and we will have to start over. You may also be penalized for your misconduct. If you become aware that another juror may have violated any of these rules, you must report it to me. I know that it can be a difficult thing to do, but in order to preserve the fairness to all parties that is guaranteed in our system of justice, it is very important that you do so. All right, I think it might be a little slippery out there. Travel home safely and have a relaxing weekend, hopefully. And I will see you on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. Please be seated. Counsel, what I'd like to do is just have an in-chambers conference with you about the autopsy photographs, okay? And how we're going to deal with them with respect to live streaming. I'm going to invite our technician in to let you know what you should do if a photograph is going to be shown. As you know, the overflow courtroom, the autopsy photos will be depicted, but the autopsy photos in respect to the wishes of the family and the dignity of the deceased will not be live streamed. So, if you could follow me back to chambers, and Emmanuel, when you're ready, would you join us, please?